G'day, G'dunts. How are we? I have a feeling the camera's not working. Vongo first, Gamer second, Brewer third. How are you all? Are you ready to get blendering? Highlight of your night? Damn right. Damn right. Let's have a look at this camera. Yep, camera's totally not working. Great way to start. You're early too? Yeah, I woke up this morning and I was just destroyed. Like, there. Alright. Well, may as well kill that and then we'll do that. So, and now that's not updating either. God damn it, what is going on with stuff? Open selector. Okay, that's the wrong one. Is this an XP pen thing? Is this some XP pen bullshit? No, wait, no, there it goes. Hey, that's there finally. Alright, let's see if we can get this camera fixed now. No. Yeah, I quit it. I'm very confused. As to why it's behaving this way. Well, that's gonna break it. What up, Mad Duck? Took me 2 weeks, but I managed to create a climbing system for my game, similar to Dragon's Dogma. Now I can sleep. Lucky. Very, very lucky indeed. What the frick is going on? I love streaming issues. That still isn't using the camera. Alright. Alright, unplug the camera. Plug it back in again. There we go. Now it's using the camera. Hey! Hey, it's working. Woot! Ads are already over. Love it. Loving it. We're doing Blender. Blender tonight. I got my my drawing tablet here in front of me, which is mapped all across this monitor. Lovely. kind of tablet do I have? I have the XP Pen R22 Pro. It is... I think it's the R22 Pro. This one. Yeah, 21 and a half inch, yeah. Yeah, you got a Wacom one. I did get this on sale. I did get it on sale, like very much on sale. And I'm just noticing that that screen has stopped updating again. Okay, there we go. There we go. Oh my god. The joys of streaming. It's very confusing that there is one by Wacom and a Wacom one. I think Mad Duck's just saying that their tablet is Wacom, not that it's a Wacom one. But yeah, this is the one I got. I got it on sale from Amazon. It was like 40% off or something. And I was like, yes, please. Yes, please. That's an upgrade. That's a big upgrade. So yeah, I could use it. I could use it as a third display. But not tonight. Not tonight. So this is what we're going through today. If we open this one up here, I have a feeling we can get through all of this today. And probably start on texture painting. I got a feeling we can skip the first one. And we can just go straight onto this. But this looks... I think we're better than this. I have a feeling our modeling skills are a bit better than this. Why do people spend so much money on touchscreen drawing tablets? Can't you just get cheap touchscreen portable monitor? It's because they come with like buttons down the side and whatnot. So if we go back to this one, so these buttons down the side of it are programmable buttons. So you can have those buttons do different things. So you draw and you go, oops, mistake, you hit one of those buttons and it doesn't undo. Or you want to do a save, you hit one of those buttons and it saves. You've also got the stylus, which allows, has two mappable buttons and has pressure sensors and also tilt. They've got tilt in them as well, as you can see here. It's demonstrating the tilt. You don't usually get that stuff with a touch screen monitor. You do get a stylus, but it's just a basic stylus that allows for input. And also the better, with these, you can kind of move them and position them a bit better than a monitor that's mounted upright at a 90-degree angle. So you're not drawing like this. You're more natural position. So, yeah. Or if I don't want to use it as a monitor like I'm doing now, it's down here, I can just map it to the monitor that you're seeing and have it do all the stuff. But yeah, I'm not sure I'm going to need this for now. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put it away, because all the stuff in this first part is low poly. So I can lay that down like so. I can roll it back under my desk on my little rolly stand thing. And voila. Was that a fart? It was the, what do you call it? The stand of the thingamajig. Yeah, it's a little bit rusty, like a little bit stiff. It needs some RP47 in there. What's the Linux question? What do be the Linux question? I'm probably going to turn this down. This music. Just because we are going to be listening to this a lot. But I'm pretty sure we can like skip over a lot of this stuff.
In this lecture, we'll be making this fun orange critter that you can see here. And I want you to challenge yourself if you're able to make this yourself. Just be...
I mean, yeah, I can do that right now. Although so what they've done is they've created all these different cubes. Whereas I'd probably make it all the one mesh. I mean, there could be reasons for it though. Is there a way to make it so even if my laptop is closed, it stays on because the battery is dead in it? I want to run a Minecraft server on it. Oh yeah, you just go into the power settings. It depends on what distro you're using and what applications you've got and whatnot. But if you've got like a KDE or a GNOME distro, you should be able to go into the display settings and you should be able to tell it what to do when the lid closes. Should. I've honestly never thought to check that on one of my Linux laptops. I've always just kind of left it be. And it's always been pretty fine. Pretty good. Let's get this set there. I want to get my phone charging a little bit. And there it is. Okay, cool. So, I mean, the easiest thing to do is like duplicate, bring it forward, scale it down. Pop you there. Put them both at 0.45. Duplicate another one. Set it to be 0. Scale it's Z. Move that down here. Then duplicate you. Scale you down. Move you there. Duplicate. Now, obviously, it's not going to be exactly correct because that's going to make it cross-eyed. Get it over there. Now, select these. Move back. Move back. And duplicate again. Go down. Yeah, this one's a pretty easy starter thingamajig. I don't think there's any need for us to actually go through and do the material stuff. But yeah, like, how have they got the legs? Do they have the legs as like long legs? No, they've just got them as like regular rectangles. If we wanted to, do that. Take these three. New material. Do that. These ones here. We do that. Voila. Now, obviously, the colors are a bit different, but yeah. And they've got theirs on a plane. I think theirs is more... probably more like that. Then you can insert a plane. I don't know why, but this feels sluggish. Why does this feel sluggish? Camera's dead again? Oh, god damn it. God damn camera. It's just one of those days. What up, Gar? How you doing? But yeah, you can see how we've got the same guy, like basically 1-for-1. Arms are a little bit smaller, probably the feet are a little bit smaller, but 1-for-1. So I'm going to close Blender. I'm going to restart it. See if we can get it a bit more performant. Yeah. It was just feeling very laggy. Like... okay. Alright. Should be good now. Should be good. God damn it. Oh my god. Why? All because my webcam keeps crashing. I think it's to do with the update we did. I didn't update a system update today. What's up, Mark? You leveled up. How did you level up, Mark? Working on dynamic level selection, icon creation with completion details visible for quick visual confirmation of current status in the game. I read all of that, but I wasn't processing it. So let me take that again for you, Gar. Working on dynamic level selection icon. I'm working on dynamic level selection icon creation with completion details visible for quick visual confirmation of current status in the game. Right. So the level selection icons will have like different indicators for completion status and whatnot, so that while you're looking at them, you're like, okay, these are the things I need to go finish. Okay, I got ya. I'm with it. We can move on from Orange Critter. Spiky Dino. Is this going to be just
in this lecture? We'll be working on this.
Okay, so this is very similar to the other one. Really, the only difference is they've like changed one of the edges to give it a slope.
In this lecture, we'll be working on this.
Like that. And they've given it 4 cylinder legs.
You can see here.
And they've inset these faces. I don't think we need to worry about that. Green Music Man. This is all like this is the same stuff. It's inset face, eyes, arms, assigning materials to different faces. This part here, they would extrude it out, or they would probably have this like have this face subdivided, extruded up for both of them, and then probably move this one up, like this edge here up on the outer edge up, however wide apart these are, and then bridge those edge loops. Yeah. I don't think we need to do anything with that either. What is the site you're using? Is it paid service or free with some options? I got some worming in Blender. So this here, if you want to get this, it is a paid thing. It is a paid thing, but you can get it through Humble Bundle. Basically, what I'm doing at the moment is I'm going through and I'm finding what point we're up to in our skill, and moving from there. It's this one here. This one here. So this is Australian dollars. So if you're in America, you could probably pick this up for like $30. $30 to give you all of the stuff that I'm going to be going over. So, yeah. But yeah, I don't think we need to worry about that. I don't think we need to worry about chicken either. Chicken, again, very simple, very low poly. And race car as well. Race car is probably a bit more involved. Just because it's not some basic shapes anymore. It's now like subdividing, moving like extruding faces and resizing them. But at the same time, I don't think we need to worry too much about that. I think we know how to do that enough as is. Let's see what they have to say on low poly modeling.
Up to this point, things have been fairly straightforward with simple block modeling characters and delving into edit mode towards the end of our last section to edit our shapes. In the next section, we'll look...
We're not going to be going over everything. Like, I'm not going to show you everything. So, yeah, like... Yeah, you're not going to be getting everything. It's kind of like a teaser for you. And at the same time, I learn. But I think this one here is just kind of talking about the difference between low poly modeling and
looking at general low poly modeling. So this is where we go into more depth with the block model idea and add a bit more detail and shape. These days, the term low poly generally is more a style than an actual constraint or requirement. In the past, it was essential to keep your polygon count low in order to make your scenes render faster and be...
Mike contributed another 30k for the 24-hour birthday stream. Thank you very much. Oh, another 2k, sorry, for a total of 30k.
More optimal, which is much less of a requirement these days, even in game development. But the chunky look of low poly models has a kind of nostalgic beauty that lots of people still love.
It makes it very
low poly models
very nice and straightforward.
The great thing about learning low poly modeling is that it trains you to break down shapes into their simplest form. This is an essential skill when modeling any object, even models with high detail. Understanding the shape and form of an object.
That's probably why a lot of people start out with low poly.
And being able to identify it quickly,
no one goes straight into doing like high detail modeling.
Modeler. Now,
That's a dream.
Modeling, objects that
we are blendering tonight, Mike.
And over again are stone blocks and wood, obviously mimicking buildings in real life. So we look.
Oh my God, Tin Bears! G'day, you good dunce. How are yous doing? What's going on, you fantastic people? G'day, 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 g'day. What were you up to? We are learning Blender stuff. Yeah. Learning Blender stuff tonight. And my camera keeps crapping out. So save load system is done. Nice. How did you go with the save load system? What approach did you take? Are you just using like a scene file to save everything out? Or are you doing like a JSON dictionary? I like this guy's voice. Some of the Zenva instructors have heavy accents that I can't personally hear through. That's fair. Fixing the objective system. Nice. Nice. What's up, Im? Things are going great. How are things going with you? Saving only necessary stuff through dictionaries. Then they are stored in binary. Okay. Nice. Nice. I went the route for Bobble Shop Sim. I went the route of having everything like having all of my furniture under a specific node and all of my items under a specific node. So that way, when I save, everything under those gets saved out as a scene file. And then when I load up, I reload it all, reset up the ownership, and bam. Decent, I'd say so. Not bad. Nice. Nice. But yeah, what we're doing every Wednesday night from this point on, we're going to be improving our Blender skills. So we just had a quick look at these. We didn't really do any of these because we made the orange critter in a matter of minutes. Spiky Dino is basically the same stuff. Same with Green Music Man and Chicken. Race Car has some like extruding of faces, but we already know how to do that. So we're kind of seeing what else there is. Yeah. Might need me some of that myself. What we're going through here, you can get it here. The game art in Blender. It's only here for another 5.5 days. So yeah. If you want it, that's where you go to get it. No, it's not free. It's not free. It's like $30 US to get all of this. So it also comes with brush packs. So if I go here, so if you have a look at this thing, I don't know if this takes me through creating. Yeah, so it's assets. So I can download these. And then I assume these will work for... I assume these will work for Blender 5.0 as well. Can't imagine they'd be too different. Okay, so we only got the alpha brushes, reptile and skin brushes. So we want to get that one. They do? Good to hear, Mike. Good to hear. Are you enjoying your learning while eating some noodles? Nice. I had some instant ramen stuff before. It was very nice. Very, very nice. There's the other. I need to download the other one still. This one. I can just click download all. The hell am I doing with downloading them individually? Well, that only downloaded that one. Do I need to also get this? I'm going to get it anyway, just in case. Just in case. You can use them as brushes in texture painting. Exactly. Exactly.
Ways in which we can model those within this section with different projects. We start off small and again build up the skills slowly, methodically, introducing new techniques, and towards the end of this section we'll take on slightly bigger projects together. But all the time make sure you keep that challenge approach. Make sure you push yourself to try these different things out first. Even if you fail, it doesn't matter. And in fact,
failing is part of the learning process.
That the best learning takes place. And once you've failed, you can then see how I made it, and you'll understand the process with much more clarity.
So yeah, what he's done there, I know what he's done there already. He's got these meshes all following a curve. I sneezed and accidentally joined the stream. Good. Everyone should sneeze and accidentally join the stream. And then they should stay because it's a fun time.
Much more clarity. So let's make some low poly models.
Agreed. Tries, quads, and n-gons. Well, we know what this is. We already know what tries are. It's 3 vertices making up a face. We know what quads are. It's 4 vertices that are joined to make up a face. And n-gons are when there's 5 or more. And you don't want n-gons. N-gons are bad.
In this lecture, we're going to look at the differences between triangles, quads, and n-gons, and how that influences our geometry and how Blender struggles in certain places to render out things like n-gons. So this lecture is just a theory lecture.
First message in chat can't be hello. Exactly, Oki.
But there's some theory in here 100%. That we need to know before we move on. I'm in a new startup file, and I'm going to start by deleting it. Now in the first plane, I made up and then place angle and then into edit mode and press Ctrl R. You can see I just get a point on one of the edges. That's because you can't do a loop cut through a triangle. It always wants to have a quad.
No, why not? Exactly. Exactly. Thank you, Oki. Thank you for doing that. Jesus, I always forget. Much appreciated, Oki. Just doing mod things, and it's appreciated. Much appreciated. How you doing, Devable? How's things?
Left click here to set my loop cut, and left click again. You can see that I now have an extra vertex there. If I go to vertex mode, you can see that there. And if I press G to grab in the X, move that across, I've now got a quad, and I could press Ctrl R, and now I can do some loop cuts through it. So loop cuts will only go through quads. So I'll press Escape.
And that's because the loop cut, like when you see it, it wants to go straight through. Whereas when you've just got to try, straight through is just cuts it into two. No, what?
I now have an extra vertex there. If I go to vertex mode, you can see that there. And if I press, I'll just press there. And if I press G to grab and then Y, you can see I've now got what's called an n-gon, which is a multi-sided face. If I press Ctrl R, you'll see I can't do a loop cut through because it's an n-gon and it will only go through quads. So I'll undo that. And again, that's why it's nice to model in quads, because we can do things like loop cuts and add topology nice and easily. However,
model in
n-gons
quads
do have their place
convert
as long as you keep them
you
on a flat surface. So if we look at this, it's nice and flat. We call this planar. And n-gons will work, generally speaking, if they are planar. However, if I take this vertex here and press G to grab in the Z-axis and move it upwards, now when I start to move around, you see that Blender is struggling to render this. And as I move around...
I will say, n-gons would be pretty cool for a non-Euclidean world. If they didn't screw up, like if game engines didn't have a tough time with them as well.
See, it's kind of flat here, and then we've got this extra edge going up here, even though there is no edge defined. So the way Blender renders things out, it always converts everything, even in the viewport, it always...
Probably better off just using shaders and stuff, though.
Like we see here. For example, I'll just go into object mode, back to the quad, into edit mode, and let's bring this vertex up. G to grab in the Z, move that up. And if I move around, you can see it's added an edge down the middle here. So even with quads, all the time, Blender is actually, when it's rendering them in the viewport, it's treating them as triangles. And that's important to understand when you're modeling, that if you're distorting your shapes like this, it will always be rendered out in triangular form. So like I say, we can get away with things like n-gons here, but it's a little bit unpredictable. More predictable when it comes to quads.
Morning, Escamina. We're doing good. How are you doing?
Could have put an edge across here, of course. So from here to here, if I press J to join, you'll see it could have done the rendering like this, but for some reason, it chose this way. So I'll undo those changes and make sure that's nice and flat, and I'll keep this one raised like this. So the n-gon, you can see, has a...
Cool. Spiky club, I don't think we need to go through that. Because if I want to make a spiky club, let's see. Let's see here. Move you up so that it has a bit of a handle. Then screwed you up. Maybe go out a bit. And probably do. A bit more of a feel like that. And then you can take this, merge it center, select all linked. Rotate like so. Yeah. I don't think there's any need for us to go through that. I think we've got that tutorial done. 348 views on the Good Boy clip, but Twitch says you're not participating channel, so no badge for me. You get the first badge at 100 views. says I'm not a participating channel. I don't have any requests or anything for the thingamajig. Oh yeah, there's no... What do you call it? There's no what do you call it? You know what I mean. So I go content, collaborations. I don't have any collaborations listed. Can you say session? I'm losing my mind. I forgot how to pronounce it for some reason. Session. Did you think it was Session? Or Session? Maybe you thought it was spoken with a hillbilly accent. Session. Building blocks. So this is creating a bunch of different blocks that you can like stack together, I assume. So see what it is.
In this lecture, we'll be making a simple, stylized block wall like this. And I'll be going through lots of techniques that highlight the stylization aspect. As always, if you're confident, you might want to challenge yourself to build this brick wall by yourself and then see how I've done it. And if you've missed anything out, you can add that in as you go. So pause the video here if you want to have a go at that. Otherwise, let's make...
We may as well see if we can do it. I mean, we can do it. It's... not that hard. How big is that? Let's apply. Well, actually, let's make sure the scale is correct first. Put it somewhere around there. Apply the scale. Okay. So this is the front scale on the X. Do I need to bevel all edges? Is that what they're doing? They are. Beveling them all like so. Didn't do an image. Maybe it's Twitch setting. Okay, up to being channel. Oh, you're in the Twitch settings. You're in the Twitch side of things, right? I was looking at the YouTube side of things. Right. So... I have no idea where that setting even exists. Okay, so yeah, I've got that turned off. Oops, let's turn that on. All right, give it a try now. I'll be interested to see what happens. If that works for you, Oki, let me know. Let's see, let's duplicate you first. I'm gonna move you out. What I'm gonna do, subdivide that. No. I was thinking, like, that there. It needs to cut a section out of it. Which I assume is going to be done by a loop cut of sorts. He does that. If we take these two edges here, and we go dissolve edges, select these, and join, voila. Easy. It worked. The clip is purple. The purple clip. Nice. Now, what happens if I do this? Has it disappeared? I did. I just want to see what happens. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Everyone that follows around here is a Gedunt. G''DUNT. Stands for good. See you next Tuesday. The next phone call you get, doesn't matter who it is, just tell them. Answer it by going, "G'day, I'm a Gedunt." And see what happens. You still have it? Cool. Excellent. So whenever someone wants to do that, I can make sure that it's people that I'm okay with doing it before I enable it. Cool. We can squash that. I don't think people do it here often. I mean, I don't think so either, but that's not really the point. It's just people doing it in general and not telling you. So, like, it's... Yeah, it's a very... It's a very weird thing that Twitch is doing for the incentivization. Because it allows random people to take clips of your stream, post them on YouTube, and get all the revenue from it. So I'm like, well, hang on. I don't even know if I want that to be a clip. I don't know if I want that to represent the channel. Yeah? And delete the clip. Oh, no, it's fine. I don't care. What up, Matt? Are people harvesting your clips? They're not, because I don't allow them to. Damage will already be done. Exactly. Exactly. But hey, at the same time, I'm not really one to care what people think. If a bunch of people came in here because they saw a clip out of context and they were like, "Oh, you're a racist," I'd be like, fuck off. Your opinion means nothing. They don't even put references to your channel on the clips itself, which is dumb. Yeah. Yeah. It's a very, very stupid thing. Secret deletes my hypnotic quit farm channel. Weird, I can quit. Yeah, because you've been here for a long enough time, Matt. Most people that are looking to do that aren't gonna sit around and wait for months. And if they do, by the time that time comes around, it's been so long, they've probably moved on to other people and completely forgotten. So. But like at the same time, I'm pretty sure if I create a clip of, like, if you create a clip of someone's channel, aren't you able to download it once you create the clip? So even though you're not instantly able to upload, like share it to social media, people can still be like, oh, I'm gonna take this and just download it and upload it directly to stuff anyway. Indirectly using mobile phone, technically only on mobile. I gave you full credit. I know you did, Oki. I know you did. I'm not saying you didn't. I'm just saying, like, it's an odd direction that Twitch went with that. Yeah. That's all I'm saying. All I'm saying. You know what? You know what? That's weird. That's weird. No, features clip setting turn off. Where was it? I'm just gonna let them do it. I'm gonna let them do it. Honestly, if someone wants to take a clip of me and upload it onto YouTube and TikTok and get 50,000 views on it, and then those people come in and start watching the stream, I'm fine with that. Like, I don't care. Whatever. What we're doing is we're practicing some stuff at the moment. So we've got this course here, which we're kind of going through. We can make the Spiky Club. We can make all of this stuff. We're now just seeing if we can build this, which, I mean, we can. We can, as evidence by all this. Yeah, we just gotta like tweak them a bit to make them look different. And then you just like copy them, move them around and whatnot. Yeah, you start to get some oddly shaped blocks. Yeah, And then you can kind of see the image of this coming together bit by bit. And then eventually you'll, like, triangulate everything to get rid of some of those.
I just wanted the badge. That's all.
I know. I know, that's what you were after. But yeah, if you wanted to, you could, like, duplicate up. Move them over sort of thing, like that. Then you, like, fill out the rest of them. Could probably even rotate on the Y 180. There. And now that's on the up. Now that's on the bottom, so it looks completely different. Whoa! Perception. Yeah. Nice, Oki. Thank you for the contribution there. But yeah, I think it's safe to say that yes, we can make this if we wanted to. Like, we can make a stone wall thingamajig. Did not know I had 10,000 points. No, you've contributed 10,000 in total. Yeah. Now, I wonder, are they going to pull all of these things together? I think they are going to pull it all together. Hydrate. They are going to pull all of these things together. So what we'll do, we'll keep going with this because, well, we're going to need it. This one here, we can cut around. Then bevel. Maybe not that much. Just a little bevel. Just a little bevel. Get rid of the edges. that. Oh. Pretty easy, pretty straightforward. Scale on everything. The scale on the X. There we are. Alright, and with ads coming in, we will... No, stay on that. Nah, I don't like that. That'll work. Yeah. There we go. Alright. Oh, this has had an update. Nice. Nice. Let's have a look at the week of Easter. I don't know why we've got week of Easter eggs during Christmas, but sure. What game is this? There's a cat paw there. Is that on a gun? The hell is this? I know it's not Stray. Postal 3. Oh, it's the Talos Principle. It's not a cat's paw on a gun. It's a cat's paw on a robot. Oh. Verge. Surge. The Surge. Huh. If you know what this game is, chat, please let me know. Dunno. Edge. No. Oh my god, I feel like I should know this. Ends with GE. None of that. Axiom Verge, maybe? Broken Age. It's not Dredge. Oh my god, what is it? Ah, Visage. I should have gotten that from the whole ghost aesthetic. Yep. Shoulda, woulda, coulda, but didn't. Go there. And we can probably drop that back down. Also, I feel this goes up too far. That's too high. You're too low. I like it. I like it. And boom, now we have really laggy working Minecraft server. Oh, nice. What'd you have to do to get that working? Was it just the power settings? Is that all you had to change? Bit of an angle. Is it good to add juice now and polish it later? I scale the bomb sprite in a pulse manner before it scales up and explodes. And it looks nice, but not great. Should I have done that? I think it's good to do that now. Don't aim for it to be perfect yet. Do you have a trailer and a demo? Because from what I've seen, Devable, if you got one more room, like one more room in your game set up and completed, I think that would be enough for a demo. And then you can have like, you can make a trailer based off that stuff. And then after you've done that, then you can start to like, start finishing off the remaining rooms, adding in all of the extra, like making that explode look great instead of just nice. Yeah. Whatever's going to be in the trailer, though, whatever will be in the trailer should look good. Should look as it will look in game. Like at that completion, I reckon. Mostly. That's just my opinion. Others may feel differently. That is... Also, what are you talking about? Talking about my explosive placing incremental game. Yep, I'm thinking of a different one. Yep. Alright, so for that... So it scales up and explodes. It looks nice, but not great. I would say for that, considering that is going to be the focus, like that's the main aspect of the game. You kind of want that to look really nice before you make a trailer or a demo, because that's going to feature a lot in your trailer and your demo. So that's the kind of thing that you would want to get mostly complete now. I found all of my old Skylanders. I do not know what the hell a Skylander is. Enlighten me, please. So I'm probably a couple months away from that. The way that I am doing it now should be fine. Okay, that's cool. Wonder, let me see if I bevel you. Chip off the corner sort of thing. Maybe add something like that here. I don't think I can bevel just that. It would be nice to be able to just bevel that, like... How can someone land on the sky? Toys to life, like Disney Infinity. I have less clue now than before. It's a common feeling. It's a common feeling around here. I want there to be a face here that connects these four together. Like that. There we go. It's a larger chunk. Beautiful. Video game. Toys that you put on a portal and it goes into the game. Like a mute. Oh! Oh! I getcha. These things. So you collect the toy, and then that gets scanned into a game. Oh my god, this gives me a great idea if Funko Pops or someone wants to team up. Fugglers. If you want to team up, we can have it so that people that buy a Fuggler, they get, like, the Fuggler appears in Bobble Shops. No, actually, no, I don't want to do that, because that's going to be a whole pain in the ass thing where I've got to deal with API integration and shit. Nah. Nah. Maybe on a future game. Maybe for a future game we'll do that. Cool. I'm gonna say that's good. That's good for our wall. Oh my god, I just looked Skylanders up earlier for reference material. Nice. Nice. Simple rocks.
In this lecture, we're going to make some nice simple rocks like this, ready to build a bigger environment with our building blocks that we created last time, and some rocks like this as a base. As always, you might want to have a go at making this yourself. I'll just give you a good rotation there so you can see it nice and easily. And if you want to have a go at that, pause the video now. Otherwise, just follow along with me and we can make it together.
All right. What up, Blue? How goes things? Want that to be taken away. It goes a little fire. Big fire. Hang on, I missed something there. Okay, I just designed 3-second scene. I'm okay just designing a 3-second scene for like forever. It goes little fire, big fire, and now I need to go water. But I don't know how to make it tidal wave in Unity in a day. That's gonna be a challenge. I'm gonna restart this. Now there's look. Instead of doing that, and do that. I think I asked this before, but do you plan on releasing Bobble Shop Sim on console? No. Not unless it gets like really popular and people are like, oh my god, we need this on console. At that point, I'll do it. But I don't see that happening. I don't see that becoming a thing. No. No, I don't want to do all of those. Because they obviously have a loop cut through. And some loop cut around. Some loop cuts around. So they've got the flat face here, and then this edge is distorted. Same with this one. I don't want to do that because then it adds another. That would be fine. If I take all of that, bevel it to there, merge by distance. Now that gives us a good starting point. You can always open a browser on the console and play it on itch. What? The buggy, broken 4-day game jam version. Okay. That's starting to give me rock vibes. It's giving rock, you know? Apparently, if you buy a cabbage from Coles, you are legally obligated to also buy carrots and mayonnaise. It's coleslaw. Gotta get my sleep. Have a good one. Have a great sleep, Escamina. I hope it's relaxing and lovely. Coles sells food. Yep. This is what they have for their Christmas special stuff. I would be lying. I would be lying if I said that I hadn't thought about buying one of these half leg of ham type things. This one mostly. What am I saying? I'd probably go the Bataki. Yeah. Now that's Dad Joke Saturday worthy. What the hell is Coles? Coles is just a supermarket in Australia. That's all. See, now we don't need that, but I'm going to keep those lines there. Just in case. All I know is Coles. Different Coles. I was about to say we're talking about Coles the fresh food people, but no. That's Safeway. Safeway the fresh food people. I feel I've got too many vertices. Goodbying the cube. Adding new cube. Doing that. I'm probably put another. No. If we do that, we can start to do this. I think I need a third subdivide through there. Let's go to my addiction to chocolate, marshmallows, and nuts. I won't lie, it was a rocky road. Nice. Nice. Okay, they do have the faces. I just need to focus on like one edge. I think the thing that's getting me is the top. Because the top's also going to be like split up and whatnot. But we can't see it. And I have a feeling they like subdivided it. And they also did that. And they beveled. I could just watch it, but I wanna see if I can figure this out. Alright. And the thing that's really getting me is this, like this one that's almost completely merged in the center. That's got to be an edge, right? Then that like filters down. That's the, yeah, something like that. Then how's the... Then there's this. That's really confusing. Are they wouldn't be insetting the faces, would they? Insetting the faces would explain some of the stuff I see there. Don't know if it explains enough. But then it's an inset. I can move all the vertices. It's like this one. That would explain how to get that shape. If it is done like that, those would have to go back a bit. Have to scale these in. Now, but there's some that have like an extra vertex or an extra face. Like, that's definitely not coming out similar to theirs. Why can't I figure this out?
As a base, as make it together. Okay, so here's where we got up to last time, and we've got our block wall. I'm just going to select all these objects, control box select the light, and move with M to new collection, and I'll call this block wall. So all my bricks are in a wall here, and I'll hide that collection. Be a good idea to hide the camera and light, but notice what happens if I box select them at the moment. They're both orange, they've got no active object. That's because when you're box selecting, it doesn't know which one to make the active object. And you can see my cube, my original active object. Just be aware of box select, shift, camera, and light, and create. And I can hide that as well. And now I've got a blank canvas to work. Bone rock. So shift A did rock, that's what I want. And if I press N on the keyboard now, you can load and then A and apply my scale, and it's set back to 1. You'll see the bisect tool. Mine is already on bisect because that's what I used last, but yours might look like this as the knife tool to start off with. So I'll click and hold and go to the bisect tool. That will give us options up the top here.
Right.
But I won't select any for the moment. I'll do a bisect so you can see what happens. So with everything selected, because it's taking into account what's selected and bisecting it, I can click and drag. Notice I'm click and dragging from the top like this and dragging across my object, and that's creating a cut just there. So that's just bisect on its own, but I can clear the outer. Notice the circle with the arrow.
And
the arrow is...
Okay, I see. I see. So they weren't modeling it per se. I mean, they were, but you get what I mean. So you can start to like lop bits off. Yeah. It's like cutting a gem, but it's a rock. Exactly. Exactly. Oof. You start to do that. Yeah, that kind of stuff. Like so. Love Blender. It's definitely got some good tools. I've never really used the bisect tool before. Did you manage to make the Knights of Template? The Knights of Template? I am the Knight of Template. I think we can probably cut a bit deeper. With inscription. With inscription. The hell's inscription? I feel you're talking things that I do not know. Okay, we're getting somewhere. Bit more off there. Talking about the export template. I have looked online for so much template stuff for Godot's export templates, and I cannot find anything explaining how to make one. I can find YouTube videos from like 4 or 5 years ago where they're using Godot 3. I'm like, that's probably not. I feel we can make a better rock. Watch them call it something different, just throw people off. Rocks is looking rocky yet cube. Only thing I was confused about was putting in the key as environment variable. And why not just some actual file? Yeah, so to do that, what you need to do is you need to build Godot using their build tools like scones and whatnot. If you create a build profile from your project, which is what I'm going to be doing, then you specify that build file in the arguments of the command. You specify that you want to create a template. You specify the platform. And you set an environment variable at the start of the command. Like before the command itself, you have the environment variable for the encryption key as whatever you want it to be. Yeah. I don't know why. I don't know why. I was unsuccessful. That through there. I guess I can move stuff around afterwards. That's fine. What up, Dramier? How you doing? I build with scones often, but have not used the build profile yet, and just had generic disable list of stuff. I generally did not use my projects. So what you can do, this is what we found out yesterday. You can go to Tools, and you can go to Engine Compilation Configuration Editor, and you go Detect from Project. And that gives you a list of like all the stuff that is being used in your project. And then you save that to a build file, and you specify that. What's up, Liver? How you doing? How are you being on this fantastic g'day? Get it? Get it? G'day. Good day. I'm so Aussie. Reckon. Do a couple of smaller cuts up there. Yeah, that's looking better. That's looking more rocky. What are you cooking? New to Blender. I've done a lot of basic stuff in Blender. What we're doing now is we're going through this game dev TV stuff. Like, we can do all of this. All of this is very easy to do. These building blocks are very, very sort of easy to do as well. Like, that type of thing. Yeah. And it's all very easy, and then you can, like... Yeah, you can duplicate them, move them up, and you can kind of start creating a wall with them and whatnot. Yeah. So like, we can do that type of stuff. So every Wednesday evening, we are going to be going through this stuff here. I'm thinking we can get through all of this tonight because we've got 5 hours left in the stream. So I'm thinking we can get through all of this. Like the lamp, I think I can already do. I already know how to do like a lamp post and stuff. And then the other stuff that we have to do. There's like this texture painting one, which is good. Grease pencil. Simulation nodes and... where was it? Simulation nodes and... Why can't I see it? Should be a material node one. Material nodes right there. There's also sculpting. There's a Blender character creator for video games. There's making an anime character. There's animation and rigging. There's landscapes. Everything. So we're going to work through that. Can I ask for help? You can ask for help. Whether or not I can help you is another question, but I'm sure someone in chat can. I want to make mesh generator library. I wonder if possible. You can use geometry nodes, Mark. So, geometry nodes library. Buildify, that's it. This thing here, it's very cool. Buildify allows you, using geometry nodes, to change the size of a building, change how many floors there are, change the shape of it, all that kind of stuff. And this is all done using geometry nodes. So if you can master that, then yes, you can create a mesh generator library. It requires some base meshes to use for different situations, but then you use those to generate what you want. Like all you need to do if you want to change the shape of it is just like extrude an edge out. Yeah, and then like the building changes. So Buildify is pretty cool for that. Let's see. Oops. Need to... There we are. That's looking better. Alright, we have ads coming in. If we get that. And then Small. G'day, you get dunce. How you doing? You're raiding in just as ads are about to kick off, so you know. I apologize. I do apologize. But at the same time, thank you for the ad revenue. Much appreciated. What were you up to today, Small? We are getting better at Blender-ish. Doesn't really look like a rock, does it? What up, Aaron? How you doing? Of course, there's the ads. Of course. Alright. You know what I haven't done yet today? I haven't done the Daily Akari. We got to do that. Oh. You. I mean, either way, that's gonna happen. I think I need it to be... There we go. Yeah! Gotta set up some Debian LTS virtual machine for building, since the Steam Linux runtimes are based on that. Yeah, I need to set up something for an older Linux distro, so that when we make a build for it, it runs on older stuff as well. Infection. Dear gracious heavens mercy. Copy. Yes. No. Made it out of ads. Was in Unreal tonight working on our new burger game. Ooh. This sounds interesting. What's the game gonna be? Even newest is ancient of Debian. Debian's the very definition of old. I don't think it is. Like, Debian 13 Debian 13 was released this year. Like August 9th. So... dummy, dupe, fake, yellow. Copy. No. Imitation. Oh. And then these all have Y in them. What Y might mean. How is that a category? Fucking New York Times. Just has so many outdated packages compared to other distros. That's true. It does have a lot of outdated packages. That is very true. But at the same time, are the packages a result of the Debian community not updating them because no one in the community is using them? Or... because, like, obviously all the core packages and stuff, like everything that ships with it and whatnot, would be, like, yeah, newer. Anything that the kernel requires and such would have to be up to date with the kernel. But applications and stuff, Debian doesn't control those. They rely on people to maintain them and update them and such. Probably not updated because that was the major version of the package that was out when the Debian version was started to be developed. Like, there's some applications that I've tried to use on Debian that were very outdated, heavily outdated. I just can't get it to look like a rock. You know? What up, Skate? How are we? I'm doing fantastic. What up, Buttermilk? Waiting for the person who attempts to build an entire operating system using AI prompts. Honestly, that sounds like a very interesting YouTube video series. What up, Elephantastic? How you doing? I may actually have to start doing a YouTube series on that. I'm going to end up with something like Holy Sea. I can see it right now. Do you think that looks rock enough? I think what I need to do is focus on like these top parts. Looks like a gem more than a rock, like an unrefined gem. Still needs points poking. I mean, not all rocks have pokey points, but I get you. You're going to be smoothing the sharp edges. Is this so you can make... No, so we're going with this. We're following this. Yeah, because it's going to be a low poly scene. It's going to be going alongside these things. Yeah. We'll scale those up a bit, to be honest. You have too many S's compared to him? Yeah, I know. That's what I'm thinking. I keep restarting, but I can't figure out how they're cutting it. Like... they're cutting it in a way that I just can't mimic. I think we need to... I think the initial cuts just need to be deeper. And get the initial cuts real deep. Meme of the day for today. Begin private key. Ah, yep, and private key. I like that. I like that. That's a good one. Now we need to deal with these. Go down here. Something like this. Yeah. Just making a human cut stone wall rocks, but not natural rocks. I haven't figured out the cut tool. Haven't figured the cut tool out well myself. Like backwards, so it throws me off. Like peeled potato, when Grandma peels it with a knife and not a peeler. How do you clear the edges? What do you mean? Like the parts you're cutting off. Oh, so with this bisect tool, there's the clear outer and the fill. So if I turn those off, and I just go through, see how they stay. Then if I clear outer, because you can see the arrows pointing out, and then fill to give it the base. Let me do that. We go clear inner and fill. Oops, don't know why that changed, but sure. Oops. The inner. This guy we feel ticked. He wants the edges to give away polyfill. Oh no, yeah. Yeah, talking about the other thing. The outer. Now we need to get the bottom here. So we kind of tape it off. Like that. And then, ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You fantastic gedunt. Hope you're having a great night. Make sure to tell people that you are a gedunt. Oops. I mean, that could be a rock sticking up. Maybe. Maybe. What up, Apoc? How you doing? What's up, Mike? How's our favorite floating head today? Doing well. Doing well. Enjoying a new chapter of my life. Having a wife. Yuck. I'm sorry. Congrats. Congrats. We'll see how that's going in a month. Ban whoever just said that. No. Clear. No. Clear it up. And I feel like that could be a rock. Like maybe... You know, there's a those very much still have the structure of the rectangle. I think I prefer mine, to be honest. I think what I might do, actually... There we go. Get rid of that flat top. That gives it more of a thingamajig. Rules number 4926. No girls allowed. How big does it think it is? This big. That's too high now. $40283. That's interesting that this isn't reflecting it. I could live with that as a rock. Stone wall section. What is this going to be? We are following along with this stuff. So we've already gone through this stuff. We've proved that we already know how to do this very simple, basic modeling stuff. So now we're doing some low poly stuff, where we use the bisect tool to turn the cubes into, or the box into just these simple rocks that we can then like rescale to whatever size and like place around a scene sort of thing. And then portal base is going to make some more stuff, and then the portal brings all of it together to end up having like this whole portal thing here. Yeah. So yeah. Hang on.
Rendered. So we can go around our shape, just joining these up.
Okay. That's not going to be good. Actually, I think I want those. What you merge it last. We only want the quads. go. Yep. Yep, this one needs another one through there. Cool. Voila. I'm playing around with OBS tonight. I want to use a cam, but I don't want to get doxxed. How would a camera dox you? Do you have your address like written up on the wall behind your computer or something? Or do you just not want people to see your face? Like,
and we can just add some variation where we see fit. And it's looking relatively good at the moment. Again, just kind of rounding it out. And I think a bit.
Yeah, so he's sort of moving stuff around. I guess I could do that. That looks better. That looks better. There's so many triangles, so many that I can triangulate you. I don't know, people are crazy with like facial recognition and stuff. I mean, yeah, there's always a level of risk when you start streaming. Doesn't matter if you show your face or not. Right. I feel like this one here Yeah, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Let's hide you. Let's do another one. Just to practice and get better at it. Clear the outer. Clear the outer. Clear the inner. Clear the outer. Something like this. Oops. Clear the outer. Okay. Can adjust that later. Clear the inner of that. So I could probably just do like clear the inner of that. Another clear outer. Clear inner. Clear inner. Oops. Yeah, this one hasn't come out as good as the other. I don't like it. I don't like it. Just don't like it. I don't know what it is about it. I look at it and I'm like, no. Again, scale and Z. Apply. Scale. All right. inner with the outer. Inner. Outer. Outer. Through there, do outer. Get this. Do that. The outer. We got to go around the top and the bottom. Because the top isn't like rounded, really. You know? Okay. With the outer. With the outer. Inner. Yeah, why not? I'm fine with it. Leave those for now. And let's move on. Because that's just gonna be like customizing, like editing, like moving vertices and stuff. Which reminds me, probably take these. Make them quads. that. There. Good try there. Try there. Try there with quad there. Get that to be some quads. That one there needs to be done. That, do that, do that, do that, actually, do that. All right. They didn't actually cut, did they? Okay, stop it. No, they cut. Gwen just wants to keep them visible out here for some reason. Why? Why does Blender only want to show those edges? I have a feeling there's going to be a few like that. Which means I should probably do this. I don't want to. I don't want to. At last. Just why? Why does it display that? Because you didn't cut through. J. Why was I pressing F for some of these and not for others? J. Edge. J. There we go. You're going to normal end time or just 5 hours? Normal end time. Normal end time. So we've still got 4 hours. Why do I need you anyway? Really don't know why F exists. Why doesn't J just work? Like J just connect the vertices when there's no face, and J cut through the face and connect the vertices when there's a face there. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Hope you're having a fantastic gedunt of a night. The next time you're doing 3D modeling and you see someone that you know, tell them, "G'day, I'm a gedunt." And if they ask what it means, just say, "Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. You don't need to know." There we are. There we are. Good stuff. New folder. Blender. New folder. Practice. Portal. Because that's what we're building towards here. We are building towards a portal. Let's have a look at the portal base. If they were in the know, they'd already know, but they don't. Exactly. Exactly. And that's why you need to make sure not to tell them. Alright, so it looks like we're doing the stairs.
In this lecture, we're going to combine what we've already created and make a base for a portal out of the rocks and these steps out of the stones or block wall. And I'll be going through the array modifier for the steps. As always, you might want to try and make this yourself if you're comfortable and you know how to use the array modifier. If so, pause the video now. Otherwise, just follow along with me.
Okay. I know how to use the array modifier. I know how to do that. But it looks like he's got a few different size rocks, like a few different variants of rock. Or he's just like stuck them together. In like various rotations so that they look different. What we can do So this thing is what? It's 72, like a little under 72 centimeters tall. So that's a good wall size. Oh my god. What's with you? This is what happens when you don't have a coffee in the morning. Okay, so I want to do that because I want to have the, what do you call it? I want to have the steps. I want to have the steps going up from here. Do a new collection. Portal base. Ow. Alright, we got ads coming in. Let's see, let's apply your scale. We're going to BRB for a minute while these ads play. Alright. I'll be back momentarily. Alright. I just need to get myself something a bit more than water to drink. So I'm going to make up a soda stream and get that. Alright. I'll be back in sometime between now, a jiffy, and an hour. Alright. See you soon. I'm back before the ad's finished. Perfect timing. There we go. Alright. I'm trying to think how I can apply this stuff to future games. I mean, obviously I can apply it by modeling stuff for my future games. But what... Like, am I going to create a fantasy game in the future that has this type of wall? You know? Break stuff simulator, where you break walls and stuff, and it's a simulator. Quick question, Mongo. Quick question. Would it be a simulator, or would it be a simulator? It could also be a simulator, but I don't think it's going to be that. Yeah, I reckon it'll be either simulator or simulator. Not simulator. Huh? Exactly. Exactly right. Huh? Indeed. It's a simulator? Ah, it's that type of simulator. Okay, I got you. I'm with you now. I'm glad we're all on the same page. That could have been very embarrassing. You were right the second time, not the first time? Yep. Good stuff. Like, that's giving us that rock feel, uneven surface. What happens if I shade it smooth now? Definitely don't want to shade these smooth. What do you mean it's a simulator or a simulator? You know what I mean. If you don't know, then you don't know. You know? No. Well, I guess you just don't know. You just don't get it. You don't get us. You don't get the difference between simulator and a simulator. You should learn what the difference is. Let's attach an array modifier. Its offset will be 1, 1. I reckon that's good. That's real good. I like that. Now, not quiet. Hey, that could work. Maybe we leave it like that. Yeah, there's a kind of completely overlapped. I think that's fine. I think that's good. We'll go 10 steps. Not going to apply that yet. Also, I can just attach an array modifier. Do that. I don't know why I'm copying them and pasting them and positioning them. So much easier. Stairs. Alright, so now we want portal, which I think we can do that. I'll leave it like that, actually. I think that looks best. And then This one I can move out back. Duplicate you. Shrink you down. Yeah, and you just like rotate them different ways and stuff. Scale you. Rotate. Ooh. Yeah, right there. Move that over there. Looks really good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm liking it a lot. Can you tell that these are the exact same rock? I think only 3D artists would be able to tell. You're probably right. Rotate it like that. I think the hardest thing that we've had to do so far was use the bisect tool. Because I'm not comfortable with the bisect tool yet. So that was a journey. Let's add a plane. Scale it by 3. Damn. Now, obviously, if this was like our actual ground, it would be like... It would be like that, and you wouldn't be able to see this. And it would just look like these rocks are like embedded in the ground sort of thing. But we don't need that for this. We can just have it like that. Done. Theirs uses a lot more smaller rocks. Yeah. Ancient Egyptians crafted this with the power of alien technology. I will say, I watched the first season of Resident Alien. My favorite thing about that entire show is they have this guy. They have this guy show up in it. Giving a talk at an alien convention. Like, where like people are showing up dressed as aliens and stuff, and this guy gives a talk. It was so good. The best thing ever. Such a callback. He is the alien. So yeah, they use a lot of smaller rocks and whatnot, but that's just like extra time. Yeah, you create 5 different rocks, you scale them to different sizes, rotate them different ways, and position them around. I don't think we need to do that. I think we can go, yes, we know how to make a rock using the bisect tool. We know how to do stairs and the array modifier. We know all this stuff already. We can progress. Yeah. Me and my dad always joke about that dude. He's so funny. So funny. It's hard to tell without color. I mean, we would texture paint all of these. So what we're going to go through after this is probably the most important bit, especially if I want to create a stylized game. And that's going to be this texture painting one. So what they'll have us do is like, we'll create this, we'll model this, and then we'll go through texture painting it. So, yeah. If we can get texture painting down. We can get texture painting down and this low poly modeling down. We can make some cool games. We can make some stylized games. Okay. Do texture painting like this. Add a... What is it? Not a Sobel shader. Is it just a cell shader? Graphic novel approach with hand-painted textures and inked outlines. Yeah, but the inked out, like obviously like this here is in inked outline, obviously. When you like, if you're like in Borderlands kind of thing, like you get this effect of your thing. Like this is a PC in real life that's been painted like this, but like this color, like this edge here in Borderlands, like with the rock, the edge around here and stuff, and the edge around the characters and whatnot, that changes where you're looking. Like, so depending on how you're looking at it, it's not even a Sobel edge detection, because with Sobel, the thickness generally stays the same. That's what I'm using for my outlining. I'm using a Sobel edge shader in my game for like highlighting the things that have been detected. But like cell shading gives you like an outline, like this black outline thing here and like whatnot. Like that sort of thing. I think that's what cell shading's doing. I think it's often called like toon shading or something. Maybe. I don't know. That kind of thing. Okay. And it like changes based on how far away it is. Cell shading is the reduction of shade. Is it? What is it then? Unless it's just like a toon shader or something. Yeah, that kind of thing. That orange outline kind of thing. Toon shading's more accurate? Yeah. Both edge detection and cell shading's used. Yeah. Because yeah, I think a Sobel shader, like you could update the Sobel shader based on distance. But like you get this sort of thing where like you can clearly see the outline close up. But then as it gets further back, all you're seeing is outline because the outline's the same thickness, which means it's taking up more and more of the actual thing. Are you new to Blender? I've used it a lot before. I've used it for basic stuff before. So like, the stuff I've done in Blender is like basic bits and pieces here and there. Like, where are we? Let's close those out. So we did this furnace here. Did this furnace and the handle and whatnot. We did the wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube man with their simulated animation. Yeah. We made this bag here. We made this radio. Yeah. So we've done a bit. But like we haven't spent the time to actually learn techniques and stuff. We've just kind of started doing it. What up, Retro? How you doing? So the main thing through this is like learning the low poly modeling techniques and stuff. Could you make my own 3D model request? Unfortunately not. I am not that skilled at 3D modeling to be taking requests. Plus, I'm making my own game and whatnot.
In this
so
lecture, we'll be creating
I don't have
the
time
portal
to
part of the portal with our stonework
stuff,
curving around
unfortunately.
like so. As always, you might want to challenge yourself to have a go at building this.
So this here is just going to be... let's grab you. Grab you. Grab you. Duplicate them. Separate them. Get rid of that. We need these up there. Message redacted. Okay. Move that down. I can probably... Give them a bit more like this. What up, Loot? We are blendering. That is a correct assessment of what's happening. It's not good blendering, but it's blendering nonetheless. How you been, Luke? I'm gonna need a bit of Blender for some help animating in 2D eventually. Really? Are you going to animate 3D models and then render out each frame of the animation, or every 4 frames of animation, and then use those as your sprites? Because that's a common technique. Now, how you mean it's not good blendering? That's a whole damn smoothie. I'm sorry, that was bad. I agree. That was a bad smoothie. Oh, God. But no, I'm the kind of person that doesn't go, oh my God, I'm so good at this, because that's just that's ego that nobody needs. All right. I got enough of an ego as it is. I don't need to add to it. I'm doing it just for perspective on characters. I have a lot of animations to do. I figure making a model would help visualize some of the things I'll need. I get what you mean. When are you going to be continuing Half-Life? So every Tuesday evening is going to be my gameplay session. So every stream is game dev, except Tuesday nights, which will be specifically gameplay. So we'll keep playing Black Mesa, and then once we finish that, we'll play Half-Life 2 and whatnot, and we'll keep playing through all the Half-Life stuff. And then every Wednesday evening, so this stream every week, will be focused on learning Blender stuff. This is my night stream. It is 6:30 p.m. Yeah. And then I figure once we've gotten to a point in Blender that we're pretty good, and we can make characters, we can animate and rig and texture paint and all this kind of stuff. What I'll do then is I'll change Wednesday nights from Blender practice, because by that stage, we'll be creating all of our own assets and whatnot, which I may throw up on like fab.com and stuff like that for people to buy and whatnot, and use that to fund things as well. Who knows? Depends if they're good enough. And we'll change this stream at that point in time from modeling and learning how to model to music and learning what the hell music is. Because all I know is that it's sound that makes me go, that's a cool sound. I did some research this afternoon as well on the Steam build stuff, and found that I was doing something wrong. So when I made the build, I still had the local thingamajig. Why don't you copy paste two at the same time? I want to like customize one at a time, and then decide which one I want to copy after I've customized it a bit. Now I want to move that back down. Thanks for contributing there, Vongo. I want to do something else to this one. Drop it down a bit in the corner, maybe. Now, the question is, I'm going to need to scale this up. It's going to go around this. Ooh, that's what I should set up first. Pop a circle in. Let's convert you to a curve. Deform. Okay. That one there. That's negative X is inner. Huh. I know why it's happening. I know why it's happening. Scale. If I want that one there and get rid of that one, I can probably take those three, copy them here, put that one at the other end, then resize them until that one's in the top right and that one in the top left. Okay. So duplicate those there. I'm also going to loop cut those so that they bend and curve. Oh, that is almost spot on. Oh, those are almost. Right there. Right there. Bam. Done. Is this a Bobble Shop Sim or just practice? This is just practice. So I've submitted my playtest page and my playtest build to Steam for approval. Waiting for those to come back. So tonight we're getting better at Blender. Tomorrow morning, what we'll do is we'll migrate Bobble Shop Sim from GitHub to my personal my private Git repo. And then after that, I will set up a command that will allow me to just, at the end of a stream or after I've done work on Bobble Shop Sim, run the command and it backs it up automatically onto my NAS. So that way we commit up to repo and then commit over to my NAS. Yep. That way if something goes wrong with my server, my remote server, I've still got it on my NAS. If something goes wrong with my NAS and my home computer, I've still got my remote. That actually reminds me. That's something I should probably do. I don't have my key, my SSH key for my remote server saved anywhere. So if something goes wrong with this PC's hard drive, I don't have access to my remote server anymore. Is it possible to not get approved on Steam? Yes. From what I've heard from a few people, yes. Very much possible. Very, very much possible. What was it? I need to create a new SSH key. Now, this already has. Oh my god, I did not know Bitwarden had this capability. Oops. Yeah, cool. So that's still there. Pop this open and go. There's my private key. Good thing you can't see it. Make sure that I actually import the correct thing. Yep, perfect. Then we cat the same thing, but the public key. Copy that. It allows me to import the private key. Doesn't allow me to import the public key. You kind of need both. Yeah. Have a good sleep, APOC. Thanks for hanging out with us. I'm going to deal with this after stream. This SSH key stuff. You can derive a public key from a private key. No need to save both. I do need to save both if the idea is, but if something happens to this machine, I can go into my Bitwarden, grab my public and private key, put them onto my new machine, and then by straight away have SSH access to my remote server. It just makes it a lot easier to, a lot easier to go through with it. I mean, for all I know, you only need your private key to do that. Well, I mean, I use it for a bunch of other stuff and whatnot. Like I don't create a new SSH key for fucking everything like some people do. I should, but but that might be what Bitwarden's doing. Bitwarden may very well be like getting the public key from the private key. Remove some stuff and it's public key. Let's see. Nope. Having a look at this private key and public key that I have. The public key does not, like, that there's no overlap there. What up, Ginger? How you doing? How you doing? Yeah, having a look at it, but if I just look for this series of 6 characters, there's no those 6 characters don't appear anywhere in my private key. Yeah. I mean, SSH keygen can do that, but I mean, it's an ease of use thing. It's easier for me to just take both of them out of Bitwarden and put them on my system, rather than taking one out, putting it on my system, and then figuring out what SSH keygen command I need. Yeah, like I just download both, done. Just woke up, got stoned, and slept for a long time. Last night of undisturbed sleep in like 4 days, so I went to a coma. Or first night of undisturbed sleep. Yes. Yes. It was the sleep that did it. There we go. I like this. So this is our portal. This be our portal. I like it. Looks fully sick. There we are.
I will say though that I am using a simple deform modifier to bend the stone around.
They're using a simple deform. Here I am using a curve. I think I prefer my way. My daughter's been ill and vomiting all night for the past few days. That's not good. I actually got to recover a little bit. Nice. Nice. Very, very nice.
So bear that in mind. If you're not comfortable with that just yet, then it's a good idea to follow along with me. So pause the video here.
I mean, I know what the simple deform
and see how I've done
does.
it. But if I turn it on now and then use it to select certain parts of my object, so let's select the opposite side. So these two, and again, Control Plus grows the selection so I can get those bottom faces there.
What?
Then turn it off. And now if
Control Plus.
Let's say I should be able to press G to go, and then I think this is the local Y. So
How did I not
twice,
know
and
about
can move it out
Control
in the local
Plus?
Y, and you can see that's changing on my finished portal there. So I can go around, first selecting the on cage, choosing certain faces, Control Plus.
Also, I kind of like that method. I'm going to get rid of this curve here. Move you back. Let's do the simple deform. Let's do bend. Nope. Okay. So now I need to rotate on the X and Y. I'll put it to 85. Like that. And then yeah, I can like let's change that to local. On there. Control plus. Ah! Yeah. Nice. Simple deform for the win. Good day, Cam. How are you doing? Also, last night, Marnix, Bite Me Games. Yep. Had a look at my project in his one-to-one dev stream. Showed my game off to about 130 plus viewers. Damn, nice. 30 people downloaded it, and one gave me money on itch as the optional thing. Oh, nice. Shows a lot of promise. Oh yeah, your game shows a ton of promise. I can tell you right now, Ginger, your game, like people keep saying that simulators, like shop simulators, make a ton of money, and I'm like, I don't think so. I don't think so. I can tell you right now, your game, I can see your game doing really well. Hell yes. That's a fantastic portal. That is a fantastic portal. Need to get splash art made. Need to get my Steam page sorted out. Yeah. Yeah, follow the Steam page documentation about your images. And once you've got those images sorted, yeah, that's the thing that most people have trouble with, I think, is the images on the Steam page. Look at that. Simple deform is so much better. Simple to form is so much better than a curve. Because you can do that. Oh. I can... Nice. Nice. New game? No, we're going through this. We're going through this. So it's just like we're learning Blender. You know? Getting real good at Blender. Now it's time for crystals. Crystals would just be the same as rocks, just
in this lecture, we're going to be making some crystals to add to our portal scene. So here's what we got up to last time. And what I have done is just organize my scene slightly. So the blocks over here, I've put into a separate collection. And if you select one of your objects and press period key over the outliner, that will zoom into that collection. You can see they're all in the block wall collection there, and I can easily hide those now. And the portal object, I've actually named portal object and just placed it in the main collection. So just a bit of organization there. What I want to do is add some crystals to our scene, but I'm going to challenge you this time to, rather than see the shape beforehand, have a think about how to create the shape yourself.
Problem. The chat were all losing their marbles over 28 days of dev time it's taken to get the game to the stage. Yeah. Just needs a bunch of content. Exactly. Exactly. The problem with the statement they just made of we're going to challenge you to like come up with the shape and how it will look before showing you doesn't really work when they've
in this
already showed us. Just something to think about. That's all. That's all. All right. Let's see. Now, I could... Could start off doing this. I don't actually think I do want it to be pointing to the top. Unless, of course, I subdivide this and then I like grab that and raise it up slightly. You know, like that. Hypnotic has the cube. He's giving it a bevel. Look at the scaling. Top job. I was like, that gives us a very basic one. Then what I could do, I could add another one. Scale it up. But instead this time, subdivide it like so. Then do some adjustments. Like so. Give it some more edges. Off stream, have a good one, Ginger. It's not the way it works. Not the way to use TTS. Maybe this does need to be a bit pointier.
Beep, beep, boop.
Beep, beep, boop. What about boppity, bep, bip, boop? And that's kind of a crystal shape, no? Nah. Nah, it's not. Very basic crystal shape. Ginger, what are you doing? I see you there trying to let's apply the scale. Actually, make it a bit bigger. Okay, back to the bisect.
Boop boop beep.
Beppity bop boop. Now he's mentioned it's a crystal structure, so we can expect something a lot less cubic. You know it. You know it. Expect something a lot less cubic while starting out with a cube. Fuck is wrong with you, Ginger?
Avada car, never mind.
Yo, lots is wrong with you? Okay, that makes sense. That explains why you're here. Like, people of sound mind and body don't generally show up here when they wake up in the morning. This is not at all gonna look like a crystal structure. Now it's getting there. Just need
I will
top
lurk
to be.
whilst on smiley face.
I will lurk whilst on. Thank you, Ginger. Much appreciated. Let me do the same back. There we go. All right. Oops. What do you think, chat? Is it starting to look like a crystal? There is only one acceptable answer, too. Using knife tool to cut inner. An expert sculptor chiseling his precious stone. This isn't the knife tool. This is the bisect tool. Yeah. Yeah. I'll go from this way. It's still too... No. Like, I know what shape I want to go for. I just can't make it. Maybe. Now we can start going. Down a bit. And we have no, because they're more... What up, Conker? How you doing? If only... Thanks for keeping me apprised. I don't know what I'd do without you. I mean, Blue's doing a great job keeping us going. Yeah, it's still too blocky down here. This is exciting. I wonder how it'll go. This just in. Mags is done streaming early today. What? What? They're done streaming early? What do you mean? I don't think they are. They're playing the looker. What do you mean? I'm not a game. Restart. Oh, the looker. I get it. Yeah. Yeah, you get it. You get it. If I... do this... Okay, clear the outer. Clear the inner. I'm liking this already. What am I gonna do to screw it up? probably keep cutting into it. It's got too many flat faces on it. I don't need to do that. These ones I need to. Yes. Do that. Do that. Do that. But now that looks weird. No. Each one was a lesson in futility, so there's that. Randomized next move. Well, the object doesn't have the full transparency we would expect of a crystal. But you can see it, the flat sides of the crystal are designed with full texture in mind. No, they're not supposed to. They're too reminiscent of a rectangle that was here. Like, look at that. Look at that face. Look at that face. Look at that face. Look at that face. That face is just a rectangle. You know what? A crystal cluster. Once dated someone who thought crystals have power. How do you think Hypnose would stack up on that front, Blue? Were you two just commentating everything? Okay. That's the kind of thing I want to go with. So they are generally fairly flat edges, aren't they? I'm gonna try something. I just want to see what happens. I want to put a point directly in the middle. You can sort of adjust these. So wondering, what if you go there? And yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Haven't seen a crystal like this in 70s. What are you talking about? There's fucking shit right here. Shit right here. G'day, Ginger. I feel like this one. I think we can do that. Also down the bottom. Something like that. So if we leave that as 1, and we add this, and create a second one. Small distraction from chat may have cost him, but is recovering nicely. What the fuck? What? The word crystal comes from ancient Greek word crystallos, meaning ice or clear ice. But that won't help him here, Blue. This is reminding me of Dodgeball. It's giving me Pepper Brooks vibes right now. What up, Giddy? We are freestyling Blender. We're following along with this, and they're like, challenge, create a crystal. It's like, all right, here's a crystal structure. Let's go with that. Average Joe's does not have enough people and they will have to forfeit. Bold strategy, Carton. Let's see if it pays off. Oops. Oops. Let's merge you at last. Okay. What up, coding? Hypnotized by my mustache? Thank you very much. It's a beautiful mustache, isn't it? So lovely, so long and pointy, and there we go. That's how high up it goes. Oops. Merge you there. Merge you there. How many sizes does this thing have? It should be such a simple shape. Should be. There we go. Maybe with a hypno-made crystal in your vicinity, and a mustache will decide to grow. That's true. That's true. That's all you need is one of these. God, there's now 2 bots on Kick. Stream Hub World and Stream Hub Shop. Nah, my auto mod caught that one, Ginger. Too good for you. I mean, it kind of... Kind of, but not really. Duplicate it, scale it. And start to And we've got to create the base. Create the base that makes it look like multiple, like there's something there. If it's performing a weird crystal mating ritual or joining, if you will, what the hell are you talking about? So if we do that, if we add cube, grab these ones. Put there. Grab these ones. There you go. Something. That's what I can do. This isn't one big object. This is many small objects. Thank you very much. They're many individual objects. All right. And I wouldn't texture paint everything as one big object. And I would texture paint one thing based on its material. Sure, you wouldn't get this far without a plan. I'm not even texture painting yet. There is no plans to texture paint. None whatsoever. That'll probably be next week. If we can get through all of this, which I don't think we will get through all of it today. Because we still have the other... We still have, like... What, these? The sword and hammer? Yeah? He's in the denial phase? You go to hell. Alright, now what I want to do... I suppose I could just delete that. Then take all of these. I don't want to join them. There's definitely a better way to do this. Definitely a better way to do this. A lot of intersecting faces. Yeah, but that's easily fixed by doing like a Boolean. Yeah. We do that. So get rid of those bottom faces. See? They don't have intersecting faces anymore. See? They're unionizing. I wouldn't say they're unionizing. I would say they are restructuring. I don't even think I care about these small ones. No. I want these to keep all their faces. Ah. Oh, we're going with that. All right. Full story. And then when we're placing them around, we can just like place the smaller ones all over the place, you know. All right, let's take a break from that. Give my... Oh, Christ. That was a pop and a crack and a snap and a... Jesus Christ. Body nice cash with Boolean modifier set to union. Not only that, but changing it from exact to float. Yeah, I know what I'm doing when it comes to Boolean. I hang out in their chat enough. Yep. Alright, we need a game. Let's start with Path of Exile, because I've been playing a lot of that recently. A lot. So it's after 2013. Could be horror. Could be fantasy. This is giving me Dead by Daylight vibes. No. Okay, so it's a fantasy game, Unreal 2016. 2016 game made in Unreal that's fantasy. What are we thinking? It's not an RPG, so it's not going to be anything Borderlands. It's not going to be Dishonored 2, which I think was actually made in the Void engine, now that I think about it. It's not a Kingdom Hearts, is it? Like Kingdom Hearts 3 or something? Ooh, close. Third person, 2016, single player, Unreal Engine. Sonic 06. What is Sonic? It's that? Nah, that's 2006. Hence the 06. PS4, Xbox One, Nintendo Switch, PC, third person, Unreal, single player 2016. It's got to be an indie Unreal Engine game, right? It's not going to be, no, it's not going to be Little Nightmares, because that's side view. Okay, so it's a puzzle, third person. It's not The Witness. Oh, hang on, is it Talos Principle? No? Shit. I don't know what it is. All I know is that it's a fantasy. It's a fantasy sim puzzle. Was there a Harry Potter that came out? It's only fantasy. Oh my god. How do we not have this yet? Two guesses left. The only thing we don't know is the publisher and the dev. It's not Square Enix. It's not Disney. It's not Sonic or Sega. It's not Tarsi or Bandai Namco. It's not Digital Devolver. It's not EA. Is it an Assassin's Creed? No, it's not an Assassin's Creed. What the freak? Fantasy puzzle sim indie. Is it Stanley Parable? Is it the Stanley Parable, or is it Superliminal? What up, Munglo? How you doing? Superliminal. Other Stanley Parable. I don't know. What is it? Abzu. Okay, yeah, no, we were way off. Way off. Well, what do you think about crystal structure, Munglo?
Our tactic with your emails. End with, I look forward to hearing from you. Quote.
Quote. Wait. End with, I look forward to hearing from you. Right. Works. Crystal going to be dependent on the shader almost 100% though. I mean, yeah, but you need like obviously if you just have like a box there, it's not going to look like a crystal. Meanwhile, some Blender wizard is making this using geometry nodes, so he has unlimited crystal models. I know, Loot. I know. I need to learn how to use geometry nodes. Thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. No wonder I lost track of you. I wasn't following. Well, now you have. Now you have, Gluten. And you are officially a Gedunt now. Yeah. G''DUNT. So, Gluten, something you don't know yet, in that case, is we have a Steam page. We have a Steam page, and a trailer, and a Bobble unboxing. Yeah? I'm currently getting the playtest set up. Waiting for Steam to respond. No, come on, you were just playing it. God damn it. Where is it? Come on, hurry up. Here we are. Look at this box opening. Yeah. So yeah. They look good. Like crystals. Tiberium crystals. Nice. Nice. But yeah, like obviously we'd put a shader on them. Like if we go over into this, we'd be like, all right, give you a material, make it like this maybe, give it a bit of color, make them like amethyst instead of regular old crystal. Then you can like bump their shine up, turn down their roughness a bit. Maybe give them a bunch of transmission. Now they're really shiny. You know, turn their alpha down so you can like see through them. Now you do that kind of stuff.
I was explaining this scenario and stuck in. The designated intermediary is not initiating contact with higher authorities, which necessitates that I reach out directly to obtain the required information in a timely manner. Gotta love work.
I mean, that would work for sure. We're not worrying about that stuff right now. Not worrying about that right now. Don't need to give it color or anything like that. Yeah. Just having it like that, and then under here for our portal stuff. I don't think I'd put them directly there, though. I imagine they'd be like there, you know? Like duplicate them. Move them over here. Like drop them down. Drop down far enough so one of them isn't visible. But then you do that. But hey, it's low poly, who cares? Yeah. See? There we go. It's easy enough. Beautiful. This reminds me of the Lego crystals. The little piece. Nice. Nice. That's good. It's good. Means my stuff looks like something that people have paid for in the past. That's all you can ask for.
Beforehand, occasionally you get this sort of beveled look like that, where one vertex might be beveled, and that works really nicely. So now you've got... Okay, so I'm in Blender, and the Morse, the other one, same up the top here. I'll make this much sharper at the top. So bring these across, maybe bring those across, and I'm bring these two together, and maybe, oh, I've got the bisect tool still enabled, so I'll this edge loop faces. I'm going to suppose this one is a little bit to go in. This looks really good. Might just try merging some of these together and pull those out, and let's go to object mode and see what we've got. And there's what I would say is quite a nice looking crystal, or at least one shard of our crystal. So hopefully you've gotten okay with that, and if you are following along with me,
if that's the look you're going for,
so pause the video here if you need to.
Search for it yourself. It's very accurate. Let's have a look at what you're talking about. What are you talking about? Yeah. Exactly. The fuck is that? I saw that and immediately went, what? You should not have those on your arm. What was that thing, sus? I don't know, and I'm not going back to the page. I do not want that to be on my screen again. Or reboot? Reboot of what? On that arm? Shift Control T. I'm not bringing it up. It was very sus. I'm not, yeah. Very sus. So, I guess, like, the difference here is this crystal can definitely be used for like, you could use that for a soul stone or something as well. Or like a crystal necklace, like pendant sort of thing. Whereas mine, because they don't have the bottom, they just like stop. You can really only use it for stuff like in the ground, where that base gets covered.
Okay, so I want to make a kind of crystal clump. So a good idea would be to duplicate this one, of course, and then just adapt it slightly. So into edit mode, Alt-Z to go to X-ray mode, and box select, and maybe just adapt the shape, rotate it around a bit, move some of these items in a little bit. And I'm just rotating slightly to give it a little bit more of a skew. And perhaps I can just randomly pull some of these up and down so it looks a little bit different. I could use the randomize command, but it tends to go a little bit haywire when you want to keep a bit of a rounded shape. Some of them go too far.
I never use anything
create those
randomized.
sort of indents, which we don't want.
I'll figure out what
So
sus
I've
thing
got
was.
2 shards there. I'll do one more. So Shift D, duplicate, and I'll just scale in the Z like this. So it's going to be a small kind of clump at the bottom there, and I'm going to rotate around the Z axis. The rotation around the Z axis instantly makes it look different. If I come out of X-ray mode, you can see it looks very different just by rotating it around. I might though take this sharp bit here and just bring that in a little bit, and there we go. Now I can position these and duplicate them into a clean shard through the object, dig in. Remember Z twice, because I think a pause video here can really matter which one for positioning. So I can line up and I'll need to grab and move it over the items. Now this face orientation, you can see that's all in red. That's because side thingy. So I was pointing. Let's move one for performance. Fun. So but if I want to do any changes in edit mode, it would update the original as well if I do a linked duplicate.
Oh, so yeah, I keep forgetting to do linked
I'll scale
duplicates.
This down and rotate it a bit. So we got just 3.
What's the command for linked duplicates?
In edit mode, it would update D as well, which that's what I'm looking for. Yeah. Let's move one to over here. So Shift D to duplicate. Could use Alt D as well, which is a linked duplicate.
Alt
it's
D.
usually a little bit better.
Alt D's the one you want. All right, let's do the wooden lamppost. I've made
this next set of lectures, we're going to be making this.
I've made a modern lamppost using a reference before, and it came out really well. Instancing linking is something different. So it's like, it's creating, Alt D creates a linked duplicate. So that way when you edit the original, what's the linked duplicate do? So if I take, if I duplicate this one over here, if I create a duplicate and then Alt D to create a linked duplicate, if I go into here and I edit this one, So this one here is our linked duplicate. This is just our standard duplicate. So if I was to alter this one, you'll see how it alters the linked duplicate as well. So that's, and if you're creating a very large scene, like this is how people create large landscapes in Blender. They do a lot of linked duplicates, so that, well, like, just saves on performance and stuff. Yeah, it's the same mesh data block. It's a different object, but that object is referencing the same instance. So you don't end up like, if I created like 150 of these, instead of using 150 times the memory, because I'm creating a unique data for each one, it would be just reference that one. It would be a lot less memory usage. Linking is using assets from other blend files by linking them. So there's this here, duplicate linked. It's literally called a linked duplicate. Badly named. Doesn't matter if it's badly named. That's what it is in Blender. So that's what we say, because otherwise people get confused because you're using terminology that isn't in the software. You don't want to use terminology that's not in the software. There are a few of those with menus in Blender these days. Yeah, I can imagine. But still, you want to use the terminology that the software uses in its menu. Because otherwise, when you're talking to people about it, they're like, what? That doesn't exist in my Blender. It's about being able to communicate with people. This is why I don't learn technical terminology. Because I can talk technical terms all day long with technical people, but when you go to a project manager or to a product owner or someone like that, or a designer, and you start using technical terms, they're like, what? Instance is used in other places for the same thing. Yes, it is. But that's why when you're saying instance or linked, you specify that you're talking about a linked duplicate, not just a linked object or something. Yeah. Linked duplicate gives you context that it's this. Yeah. Anyway, we're done with this. Moving on. Project manager wanted the project finished yesterday. Yeah, and the project manager's bad at communicating, which is why they use the American date system. And they said the 12th, they said 1201. So you're like, oh yeah, cool. 12th of January. Perfect. And it's like, oh no, you wanted it 1st of December. Right. Whoops. Do you know if there is a similar linked duplicate in Godot, for example, when working on CSG boxes or similar? If you have a mesh instance or a CSG mesh instance or whatever they're called, if you have the mesh file saved as a resource, and you've got a bunch of mesh instance 3Ds using that same resource, that should be like that'll be similar. So if you've got a bunch of NPCs, so in Bobble Shop Sim, I'll have NPCs walking around that are the same mesh. And that's just because I've saved the mesh out as a resource, and I randomly pick one of the meshes when the NPC spawns in. And it's like, cool, this is what the NPC looks like. And then it's all using the same mesh. So if I change that mesh, anytime an NPC spawns in with that mesh, it's now changed. But if you want performance in Godot with a lot of mesh instances, what you want to use is the multi-mesh instance. Because the multi-mesh instance will, like, it's used for like foliage and trees and stuff like that. You have all of your trees placed as part of a mesh instance 3D, or a multi-mesh instance 3D kind of thing. Anyway, so we're going to create this. So what we can do, we can start by scaling this down. Let's see. Scale it down to there. So it's 10 centimeters. Maybe. Maybe we do that. Now, I don't want to create a separate object for here and here and here. I want this to be one solid object, and then I want to create one of these and just do a linked duplicate for all of it, and then create the hook and the. So what we can do, inset you, then extrude you up. It's going to be maybe 1 point. If you go up to 2, actually. Hmm. 1.5. Yeah, I can rotate you. And then let's do some loop cutting. Oops. Like that. The detail we can worry about after. Bridge the edge loops. Pop in. Like that. That. We can I hate how it bevels there too. Thanks for the lurk, Oki. Is this dating system fine? December 10. What? What's... I don't even know what you mean. Is this dating system fine? Let's see what happens. Yeah, cool. Like that. Month, number, date, and the year if needed. Oh, is this dating system fine? December 10? No, no. The only dating system there should be is day, month, year, unless I'm using it for my computer, at which point it's year, month, day. Do you know if there's... Yeah, I've already read that one. Never mind. Correct, Oki. Correct. And usually it's 10th December 2025. Usually it's that. Apart from that, we could do... So what does theirs have? Okay. Put another... Loop cuts around there. Then we go... Yep, cool. There we go. There's the wood light post. It's the only time I'd have it as like separate meshes is for texturing purposes. So if I was reusing the same wood texture for this across like a wood fence or like wooden supports and stuff like that elsewhere, yeah, then I'd probably separate them out. Now this here, I actually need to bump this up. Who was it? 0.15, 0.075. Do that. Now we can add another. Make its height 0.05, 0.3, 0.575, bump you up 0.025, apply location. Do that. Now, do we want to bevel all of it? I don't think so. I don't think we want to bevel the edges there. Apply the scale. Now we bevel. I think I broke it. Whoops. Broke it. There are some things that are really easy for me to model. Oh my god, it's Stinky Sninky. How goes the fitness stuff? Look at that, we got a gamer and a Dex. Oh. We here, we stinky? You are. You are. P-U. P-U. Just finished reading my last unit's readings. Why did you read them? Oh, you read them so that you're ready. I get you. I get you. We're trying to only distract moderately. You should have narrated the entire stream. Came over an hour of distraction. Where would you get a wild idea like that? What up, Victor? How you doing? I'm liking this. This is coming out rather good. You're doing Lamau. Why are you doing Lamau? Does Lamau want to be done? Is it a consensual doing? Also, the best quote, I'm comfortable being unclothed around other unclothed people. I mean, that's where I want to get to. That's where I want to get to in my fitness journey. Goals. What are you doing for the rest of the night, Snin? Also, you don't have to spin to be thin. I mean, true. That's just true. But you can. Hey, if you want to spin to be thin, that's on you. Yeah, there we go. I'm good with that. Did have some quotes going on. Had a big weekend and got another big one ahead. Well, it's a good thing it's only Tuesday. You got plenty of time to recover. Shoulder rehab stuff and chill out and have an early one. Nice. Nice. Well, you can join us on our modeling journey. We are creating. I feel like a curve is good. No. Could go cylinder. No. I would like to report that Snin showed us a bit of his pole dancing video and his shoulders are jacked. Let the record show that. Well, yeah, of course. He said that he has to do some shoulder rehab. Whoa. He said he had to do some shoulder rehab, so of course his shoulder's all jacked up. Yeah? This is Blender 5. 5.0. It's down in the corner there. Yeah, that's what I meant. Sure. What else could you have possibly meant? Actually, before I do this, yeah, that's forward. That's, yeah. Good point, me being blind this morning. Hey, I always forget where version numbers are. Always. Every goddamn day. I think I get rid of that vertice. Alright, let's see what happens. Convert you to a curve. Your 3D render. Geometry. I want you to be 3D, goddammit. 0.003. Bam! Look at that. Got a hook. After binding the spacebar to the search menu in Blender, my life has been changed forever. Yeah, that sounds yucky. Like a pro indeed. Let's see, fill caps. But is it possible? Like, theirs is a bit thicker and also a bit bigger. Nah. Leave it like that. I think. Every time we add... I'm gonna stop messing with it. Convert back to a mesh. There we go. Now we've got our hook. Lamppost. Dial 2. Dial 5. Dial 4. And Tiller 3. Almost like you've used Blender before. I know, right? I know. We have learned some stuff today, though. Like, for example, we learned how to use the bisect tool to create rock shapes. So, what we made before... was this. You know? And these rock things here, and some of these crystal things, were made from boxes that we just, like, shaved with the bisect tool. So, yeah, that was pretty good. Alright, the last thing we need to do is make that. And that's easy. Interesting. I use Sculpt and the topology sculpting for rocks. Yeah, you can... Let's do this. Slowly start to get the shape that you want. Like, sculpting's probably easier, but when it comes to low poly, like... we do have ads hitting, so we're not going to bother with that because this will be the last ad break. We're going to do some quaddle. I hope you're ready for some quaddle, chat. So, I think we start with pole. So that's an okay start. It's an okay start. Let's go... No. Train. And... Ooh. Then we can go... No. Demand. Now we can start figuring stuff up. Yeah, low poly definitely don't use topology sculpt. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. So we can start with what, trust, do you reckon? Yep, perfect. Bottom right will probably be, it could just be shell. Yep, perfect. Top left could be bulky. Alright. And then we do what, tabby? Too easy. Too easy. Let's get started on this thing. It's gonna be very easy to do. So what I want to do I'm going to get rid of those. What we're going to do... Okay, so they have a smaller one there. And they don't have this. Instead, what they have is... They extrude that down. They grab those, and they scale it out like so. Ooh, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. Congrats on being a fantastic gedunt. Hope you enjoy your stay. While you're here, please remember to always introduce yourself to people as a gedunt. If you are unsure about whether to introduce yourself to someone as a gedunt, just remember to always introduce yourself to people as a gedunt. Especially your boss. For all you know, your boss is a gedunt, and they would love to know that there are other gedunts in the office. Gives you something to talk about. And that could lead to promotion. It's always worth a try. Always worth a try. What up, Chaos? Hope you're not Delulu. Your stream sends me. I mean, sorry, I just try to connect with modern audiences. How are you doing? I love having some chaos here every now and then. Still working on my Gen Z, or is it Alpha already? I don't know. For all I know, it could be up to fucking Gen Delta by now. I fired the last person who introduced themselves as a gedunt. Sorry, he spelled gedunt the wrong way. Oh, that's perfectly understandable. That is perfectly understandable. That just means that they were a... They weren't a gedunt, they were a imposterunt. that extruded there. I could have saved myself some time by planning this. But no, I had to be all like, oh no, I know how to do this. Just watch. Like a banana. Hell yeah. Good night, skate. It was a giant C. Sounds like a real bedunt. For anyone that doesn't know what we're talking about, gedunt, G''dunt, stands for good, see you next Tuesday. Okay? It's an Australian thing. But usually we just say the C word. But there are people from other countries here that are like, ooh, they said a word. So, yeah. Duplicate that. I'm gonna rotate it on the Z. 90. Well, that's not right. You can be lamp. I love lamp. I love lamp. Set origin. Origin to geometry. Duplicate. Rotate Z 90, rotate X 180, drop you down. That is quite a big ass. Lamp. Yeah. Beautiful. Apparently there were several thousands of 17-year-olds migrating to South Australia today. They're still trying to work out where they came from. Is this actually a thing, or is this one of your jokes that I'm not getting? Ah, the age verification kicked in. Right. Oh yeah, Australia's social media ban started today. Teens say it's already failing. Came into effect this morning, but young Aussies say it's already failing. This person stayed up until midnight to see if they'd be booted from age-restricted platforms like Instagram, TikTok, and Snapchat. But when it hit 12:01, nothing happened. It was the same story for 3 other under 16s when they spoke this morning. Spike Communications Minister claimed that 200,000 TikTok accounts had been deactivated this morning. Another teen revealed they'd only been booted from one platform. Another one said they were banned from Snapchat the day before the ban started and found a way around it within a few hours. There's a lot of loopholes. This one knows kids who used their older siblings or parents' IDs to trick the new age verification system tools most age-restricted platforms have introduced. Oh my god. Oh my god. It's almost like that's one of the things that people said was gonna happen. But them and a fellow 14-year-old, or them and 2 fellow 14-year-olds didn't have to. Their accounts simply weren't flagged. At least not yet. One of the 5 teens that 9 News spoke to had the lowest average daily screen time of about 6 to 7 hours. Twitter wanted to verify my age. Thing is, I've been on the platform for longer than 16 years. You just have to start SWAT raids to their homes using flashbangs. That'll teach all criminals not to go on Instagram. They're just scrolling through the apps without being logged in. It's not even that blue. Like, some of them, as it gets more and more difficult to get around these restrictions, they're just going to go to the lesser known social media apps. The ones that aren't as regulated or aren't as moderated as the ones that have billions and billions of dollars. When I joined the army as a boy soldier, 9 months, I forged my military ID to be 18 so I could buy GTA 5. It worked. And Discord is exempt from the restrictions. Discord is exempt. Somehow Roblox is exempt. Don't ask me how. But yeah, and then there's like, 4chan. 4chan's exempt. Like they're not banning 4chan because it's an image board. Like, are you serious? The stuff that goes on 4chan is the stuff that's not allowed to go on Twitter. Some of the discussions people have there, that should be like 25 and up restricted, that platform. They want your phone number. Benefit from asking to verify. At least for me, X required that. Yeah. I think I will be surprised if Google want me to verify my age, considering my Google account is well over 16 years old. That'd just be ridiculous. Yeah, here it is. Here is our lamp thing. There's theirs. Like, we can do some stuff with these. So, like, we could scale it there. Move it down. Cut it a few times to, like, Give it a loop cut and a loop cut. It'll be interesting to hear how much VPN usage goes up in Australia. Which honestly, everyone should be using a VPN that has like that has ad protection, so like block ads and whatnot. Yeah. Especially after the latest cybersecurity issue with ads. Like, so there's a hack at the moment that is, I'm pretty sure it's just Android. Pretty sure it's just Android. But if you view an ad, you don't have to interact with it or anything, just the ad comes up on your screen. That can basically get access. Like, it launches a hack and it can get access. Obviously it's on your phone, so it's able to get access to your WhatsApp, Snapchat, Telegram, Google, like Gmail, like Messenger, Signal, like your Microsoft emails. It's able to get access to all this stuff because it's got access to your phone. And it's got deep access to your phone. And that's just from an ad that just appears through something. I think it was done by, I think the actual thing that was developed, like the actual hack that was developed, was by I think it was like an Israeli security firm or something. And it was like, yeah, so this person that works or used to work for the government is now running this thing. And it's like, well, that's not good. That's not good. It's clearly going to be used to target people that they don't like. Come on. I like it. We're done. Cool. For anyone that wants to, what we've been going through this today. So we've gotten down to here. Lamppost base, lamppost stations. What's lamp? Okay, and then this one. So let's have a look at this, because this will be interesting. But here's the
In this lecture, we'll be adding
Here's the humble
materials
bundle
and
that
light
you can
to our
use
scene to give it a bit more character and
this.
finish off the lamppost. Okay, so here's where we got up to last time, and I want to just quickly go through the shading that I did to come up with the finished article. This isn't so much a shading and materials course, so I'll be relatively quick with it, but there are just a few things that are worth pointing out so you can get a similar result to me. So I'll shift right click to move my 3D cursor and shift A to add, and I'm going to add a point light to here, so light and then point. Incidentally, you might...
What the hell did I just press? There it is. Cool. Alright, so... I want to add point lights. Throw that there.
I actually have a light in the scene, so we can just get rid of that one. It's just easier to add a new one in the right location. I'll come to the top and select my object and zoom into it. And I want to just position that really slightly outside the side of my lamp like this. And what I'm going to do is duplicate it, but I'm going to use Alt-D. Alt-D is a linked duplicate.
Okay, so... we go out here. Then Alt-DU. Move you directly back. Move you over there. Okay. There we are.
So you can see under the object menu, pieces of glass that have the lamp inside to be giving off light. So each 4 of them are going to give off light like this. Now you might be thinking, well, why don't you just make this glass and have the lamp in the middle? That actually takes a lot more rendering because it has to calculate the light traveling through the glass, which is relatively complicated. Whereas if you just put them on the outside like this and make each of these panels an emission, then that gives the illusion of a lamp, and it's much less processor intensive for your computer. So now that these are linked duplicates, with one selected, I can go to the lamp properties just here, or the object data properties. I can change the color. In fact, let's jump to rendered view so we can...
Okay. Kind of like a fire color. It's an orange. Would be fire-like.
You can actually see that at the moment it's white. We've got a white color there. I'll change that to a nice warm kind of orangey yellow, somewhere around about here. And if I zoom out, you can see the effect that has. That's a nice warm glow, which is...
pretty much the exact same. Cool. That's interesting. Why is... Oh, because I've got this. Yep. That one's hitting that. And casting an odd. Because that tapers away. That tapers away. Yep. That makes sense. It creates a nice arrow pattern, that's for sure.
Is what we want. And if I turn off the overlays, which is this button here, then we'll see it as it will look when rendered. And that's a really nice result, which is what I want. All I need to do now is actually texture the different parts of the model. And the great thing about link duplicates is they all update at the same time. And if I want to put the power up to something like 100, then they'll all update all those lights that are around my lamp. But I'll change it back to 10 because that looks really quite nice, I would say. And then let's go across to the shading workspace and just start adding color or materials to our object. So across to the shading workspace, what I'll do is I'm going to bring out this window here, and that's by moving my 3D cursor between my two windows. I'll change this to the 3D viewport. That way I can really easily grab my objects in this view, but I can look at my objects and the results in this one. So I can middle mouse button across the menu here, turn this to rendered view and turn overlays off, and I get a really good idea of what it's going to look like as the finished result. What I can do as well is I can split this one. So bring my 3D cursor up to the very corner where the crosshairs appear, click and drag to create a new window. I'll zoom in on this one and leave it as it is. This one, I'll middle mouse button to go across the top menus and change this to material preview mode. This way I can easily see what the materials look like without...
Okay. That's a lot. Change new to that. Turn that off. Alright.
Out the effects of lighting.
We're
and then
set.
I can see
We're ready.
The final effects of the lighting here, and I can select my different objects in here. The other thing I'll do down the bottom, we've got the shader editor open, so I can select on this base object here, and I can see that I've got that selected in my window over here, and I can add a new material and start giving that a woody effect somewhere towards here, I would say. Maybe around about there. And I'll just take off some of that roughness so it doesn't look all shiny. So probably a relatively high roughness is what I tend to go for. And we're seeing the results in here, which is the same color as here, but we're seeing a different result in the lighting, hence why we have two windows. The last thing I like to do at the bottom here is change this one to the shader editor. So down to the shader editor and change this to the world tab. I'll just press N to get rid of the side panel, zoom in, and I can then start thinking about the color of my background. And I think a bit of a blue tone to this, maybe a touch darker, somewhere around there, and that looks quite nice.
Okay, okay, I see. I see. Yeah, purple. Purple all the way.
Maybe a tiny bit darker still. So I can easily now adapt all the aspects of my scene really easily. The only area that you might not be sure about is the lamp, because that will need an emission material on those side panels. So let's zoom into the lamp.
That's easy. I've done emission materials before. Call this one lamp. call this one lamp post. Lamp, we can make that more, probably more like a metal. Something about there. Do that. And then we got another one, which is going to be called lamp glass. Grab each of those. Assign them there. Give it that. Probably give it the same color as the lights, eh? Give it the exact same color. I think I need to turn my...
I'll go to the material slots and I'll create 2 material slots. On the first one, I'll create a new material, and that's going to be my dark metal. So it's a sort of a wrought iron lamp. I'll change the color down to a very dark black there. And again, I'll just turn the roughness up so we can see this sort of metal lamp just here, and we can see the results when it's got those lights shining on it just there. And that's fine. We just need to add another material in slot 2. So go to slot 2, add a new material, and the emission is down the bottom here. I can change this to a similar color as my lamp, so somewhere around here, and just give it a strength of 1. Can't see the results yet because I need to add it to those faces. So into edit mode, into face mode, and select those faces that I need. I'll just press period key to zoom in to those, and then again to the slots and assign those to slot 2. And there we have our lamp color there. And I only want a strength of 1. You could turn this up and have it emit light, which it's doing there, but I actually quite like to keep this as a strength of 1. Then we get that nice yellowy look to it. And the actual lights themselves, so if I go to object mode, back to the lights, those are the ones that I can change and adapt and give it the brightness. These lamps are, again, slightly better for performance than if we were to use the faces here as emissions and use those as our lights. So I like to do it this way round. So now I'll just go through texturing the other aspects.
I think their lamp is a bit smaller, or their lamp faces might be a bit smaller than mine. Which is why there's their point lights take up a bit more of the face. So if we do this, let me scale the Y. Now select those. This will also get rid of our issue. I might pull the base of them out a bit. I think I've got too much of an angle. If you want a game asset from this, you'd bake a light cookie from the lamp, because 4 lights like that is better for Blender render performance, not so much game engine performance. Exactly. Exactly. That's why I went through so much effort with my store lighting in Bobble Shop Sim. So the entire store is illuminated by a single point light that doesn't cast shadows on NPCs or anything like that. So it just illuminates the entire shop. Because I was like, I don't want to have like 3 lights on the roof, and then as you expand out, need to put another 3 lights in. Then as you expand out further, need to put another 3 lights in. No. Not happening. Okay. That's how it looks there now. And I guess that's accurate. Like this one here. Yeah. Yeah. Obviously, then got that there, which isn't correct. Because yeah, this type of light. That's the only issue with it. Like theirs doesn't have it. In Godot, all lights directional excluded. Share shadow map too. So once you hit a certain amount, it'll start getting weird and artifact and use really bad quality shadows. Doesn't matter if lights are off screen, deactivated or anything. If they are in the tree, they take space in the shadow map. Yeah, exactly. I think, doesn't Godot do something where it like limits it to the number of lights that are actually like rendering or actually doing stuff on screen? Doesn't it do something like that? So I think it's like something like 8 lights or something. I remembered reading something about that. Light resource, smith light, the mix of materials. When using forward plus renderer, Godot uses a cluster approach for real-time lighting. As many lights as desired can be added as long as performance allows. However, there's still a default limit of 512 clustered elements that can be present. When using the forward mobile renderer, there is a limitation of 8 omni lights and 8 spotlights per mesh resource. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. When using compatibility renderer, up to 8 omni lights and 8 spotlights can be rendered per mesh resource. With all rendering methods, up to 8 directional lights can be visible at a time. Yeah, those are the limitations that I was thinking of. Those were the limits I was thinking of.
And I'll speed the footage up. It's probably worth pointing out that I'm adding slightly different colors to each of the paving stones, just for a bit of variation. You can see in the lighting version that it's not coming out particularly clear, but if I increase the intensity of the light, then those colors might come through just a bit, and just a little bit of variation.
Does he have shadow turned off on his light? That's the only thing I can think of.
Okay, so I've got materials on all my objects. It looks a little bit dark in here, so I can just select one of the lights and then think about turning those up a little bit, and we're starting to get there now.
No, he doesn't.
Nice.
It's got the radius as 0.0914. Maybe that's... that's what it is. There we go. It's the radius. There we go. Now that bottom shadow is completely gone. But now, the light goes outside. I think that's good.
Maybe
I think that's good.
And I can just adapt some of these colors.
Got Mary 4.1. Prioritizing was worse, so the artifacting was mad. Basically, it put the lights on the screen in lowest priority, so their shadow was super low.
That way we'll get a little bit of ambient occlusion and reflection in there as well. Maybe.
What was that?
That looks nice. Across the render settings and let's turn ray tracing on. That way we'll get a little bit of ambient occlusion and reflection in there as well. Maybe if your machine can handle it.
I don't want it to look good in Blender. I want it to look nice in Blender and then get it into Godot and make it look
I'll just change the screen tile here. It looks just a little bit too green, so I'm going to go across to the blues a bit more. I like to have a little bit of variation in the color of my low poly objects. Just gives them a bit more character, which you can see there. And it's not particularly.
Can you give me a small theme
scene, but just
for
that
a personal jam?
Quite nice.
I'll have 1 week.
Spacebar. We can
in
see
3D
the final
Godot.
result just there, and that's really great fun. So that's the final result of adding materials.
A theme for a so something for you to do over the next week. What about... I was gonna say lighting, but no, that will take like that's more than a week. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. You know what? Yeah, let's have a look. Let's have a look at some jams that are on itch at the moment. See what themes they've got. Well, these ones aren't going to have their themes displayed yet. Once a month jam. Let's see. Roll the dice. That could be an interesting one. Aliens. Sharing. Sharing could be interesting. Mystery game jam. Man, I really want some McDonald's chicken nuggets. I don't know why. I don't know why. I thought I smelled McDonald's for a second, and now I'm like, oh, chicken nuggets. Let's go with sharing. Sharing. There is a PowerPoint game jam. There's one for everything. Okay, roll the dice. Roll the dice. There you go. Be anything you want. Yeah. All right, what we're going to do, we're going to call it there. We'll call it there. We haven't rated Jedem in a hot minute. And he's got 15, he's doing a 1500 follower special. So we're going to go to Jedem. Okay. That was What up, Zakua? You're here just in time. We're finishing. We're finishing up. Oops.
Yep, no, I just went straight into that.
Good day, you get dunce. There we go. So, we got through a lot today. Like we got through like all the, we did the building blocks. We created the portal thingamajig on our own. We didn't really follow the tutorials that much. Same with the lamppost. We got through this pretty much on our own. Didn't follow too much. Have you ever tried Middle Eastern food? I have had Egyptian, if that counts, and it was very nice. Next Wednesday, we'll finish this off with the sword and the hammer. And then once we've done that, we will go on to the texture painting. And we'll do the texture painting next week. But tomorrow, we will get back into Bobble Shop Sim stuff. We will migrate our Git repo. We will get all of that kind of set up and ready to go. And we will wait for approval from Steam. So have a great night, you dunce. I will see you in 9 hours.
I think that's it. We just got one more. Oh my god, it's Hypno! What's up? Bongo, Dex, Dead Gamer.